Hello everyone. I know you watched this video to accompany you to sleep. So if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to tell me where you are from and what time you watched this video. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. In 2019, 22-year-old college student Tessa Moreno vanished from her Manhattan apartment without leaving a trace. Her keys still on the counter, dinner half-eaten, and her phone recording 6 minutes of whispers through the wall just moments before her disappearance. The case went cold until a new tenant in the same unit began hearing the same whispers and discovered a secret crawl space that led to a room not listed on any blueprint. What investigators uncovered inside would reveal a decades-old cult hiding in plain sight, one that never needed a compound. They just needed you to live next door. June 14th, 2019, 8:12 p.m., New York City. Tessa Moreno had just finished making her favorite comfort meal, lemon garlic pasta with shrimp. She plated it neatly, poured a glass of wine, and sent a quick photo to her best friend. Dinner, finally. No more takeout. Being an adult is exhausting. She included a laughing emoji and hit send. That was the last time anyone would hear from her. The apartment Tessa lived in a small but tidy one-bedroom unit in Manhattan's East Village. Apartment 6B. Rent-controlled. A dream come true for a graduate student working part-time at a publishing house. The building was old, built in 1904. Crown molding, radiators, floorboards that creaked at every step. Most of the tenants were long-timers. Artists, musicians, aging bohemians. Tessa had only moved in 3 months ago, and she loved it. Until the whispers started. Days before. According to her friend Harper, Tessa had been growing paranoid. She kept texting me at weird hours, Harper later told investigators. Stuff like, "Do you hear them too?" Or, "They're behind the walls again." I thought she was just stressed. In her final week, Tessa sent Harper 13 voice messages. Only 3 were coherent. The rest? Just her breathing, and what sounded like distant murmurs. She insisted the sounds came from her bedroom wall near the radiator. Her super told her it was just old pipes, heat rattling through. But Tessa wasn't convinced. The phone recording. On the night of her disappearance, Tessa left her phone recording. Detectives would find it the next morning, screened down on the carpet, still warm. The file was 6 minutes and 13 seconds long. The first minute, silence. The second, soft scraping. The third, whispers, too low to make out. At 4:22, a male voice, faint, speaking from beyond the wall. She hears. That's enough. Then footsteps. A thud, Tessa gasping, and finally, a dragging sound, then silence. Discovery, Tessa's landlord, Arthur Kell, let himself in around noon the next day. She'd missed 2 deliveries. Her boss couldn't reach her. Harper had been texting nonstop with no reply. The apartment was eerily calm, food still on the table, untouched, her shoes by the door, purse hanging from a hook, no forced entry. No sign of struggle. Only her phone, still recording, propped against the baseboard near the wall she'd complained about. NYPD involvement detectives Jennifer Tran and Isaiah Brooks took the case. The initial report classified it as a nonviolent missing persons case. But then came the audio. After listening to the file, Detective Tran replayed the segment at 4:22 again and again. She looked up, visibly unsettled. That voice isn't in the apartment, she whispered. It's inside the wall. Blueprints and dead ends. Tran requested the building's blueprints. But the city's records were a mess. Renovations, undocumented additions, fire damage from the 70s. Still, a partial map revealed something odd. Units 6A, 6B, 6C shared one wall. But behind Tessa's bedroom, between her unit and the next, was a strangely wide column. Too wide for ductwork, too narrow for stairs. When asked, the landlord shrugged. This building's 100 years old. Could be bricked-off chimney, plumbing shaft, old elevator. Who knows? Tran didn't buy it. Interview with neighbors offered little. Most said they hadn't heard anything unusual. Except for one. Mr. Harold Weems, 72, in 6C. The girl? The one next to me, he muttered, eyes darting. She was listening too much. That's when they notice you. You have to pretend you don't hear. Otherwise, they come through. When pressed, he refused to elaborate. Tran left her card. He threw it in the trash. The crawl space 3 days later, the building's handyman was sent to check the plumbing behind 6B's radiator. He removed the panel and froze. Behind it wasn't a pipe. It was an opening. A tight crawl space, 4 feet high, lined with fresh scratch marks. At the far end, a small wooden door, unpainted, no handle. Detective Brooks crawled in with a flashlight. He reached the door, braced his hand against the floor, and fell through. The hidden room Brooks landed in a chamber 6 feet wide and 7 feet deep. No light, no ventilation, just one thing inside, a wooden chair, nailed to the center of the floor, stained dark. On the walls, hundreds of markings, tally lines, etchings, names, most unreadable. But one stood out, carved over and over, "Give quiet." Then, behind him, a sound, from inside the wall, software chanted. In, outside, in, out. He turned. No one was there. A familiar name. When the detectives presented their findings to the department, something odd happened. An officer in missing persons, Senior Detective Anya Letts, overheard the word crawl space. She interrupted the meeting. Where was this again? East Village, Tran said. Apartment 6B. Letts went pale. That's not the first 6B. She pulled up an old case file. 1998. A girl named Lorraine Halpern had vanished. From 6B, different building, same number. She too had reported hearing whispers from the wall. The last thing she told her mother, "They want me to sit still and listen." A pattern begins. Tran and Brooks began digging, more cases, across decades, across cities, all missing girls, all from apartments labeled 6B. Each had reported strange noises, murmurs through walls, a growing obsession with silence, and every disappearance was followed by the same phrase found scrawled somewhere in the room. Give quiet. Tessa's case was no longer just about one missing girl. It was part of something older, deliberate, and watching. June 18th, 2019, NYPD Archives. Detective Jennifer Tran sifted through the stack of tenant records for apartment 6B. Most dated back less than a decade. The paper trail for the East Village building had significant gaps. Missing leases, unfiled evictions, handwritten rental agreements. But she finally found something solid, a lease from 2013. The name on the document read, Rachel Pendry. No forwarding address, no phone number, just a final note in the building's maintenance ledger. Moved out suddenly. Left furniture and unpaid rent. Unit required deep cleaning. No damage, but walls repainted. Tran squinted. Why repaint if there was no damage? Rachel Pendry tracking. Rachel took time. She'd left New York 6 years ago, changed states, changed jobs twice. But Tran eventually found her in Connecticut, living under a hyphenated last name and working as a speech therapist. When Tran showed up on her doorstep, Rachel's reaction wasn't confusion. It was recognition. 6B? Rachel asked, before Tran could even speak. Is it back? The journal inside her suburban living room, Rachel unlocked a fireproof safe. Inside was a weathered composition notebook. Its cover had a sticker half torn off. Inside, the pages were filled with obsessive entries, each dated, each more erratic. May 3rd, 2013. There's someone breathing through the vent at night. May 7. They say my name now, only when I sleep. I've started sleeping in the tub. May 12. They asked me to give quiet. I pretended not to hear. Now my mirror fogs up with messages. May 19. I watched my reflection move before I did. The final entry, scrawled diagonally across the last page. If you don't give quiet, they take it. The chair is ready. What Rachel saw. Rachel spoke carefully, almost like reciting a rehearsed testimony. I wasn't mentally ill, she said. Every shrink I saw said I was stable, but I know what I saw, what I felt. They didn't want noise. They wanted obedience, stillness, reverence. I would scream and they'd whisper louder. I wore earplugs and they sang. They were inside the walls. And I don't mean metaphorically. She described a night in late May when she blacked out in her bathroom and woke up in a crawl space she didn't know existed, sitting on a chair, in total silence. I was there for hours, but I never left my apartment. Not physically, it was like they folded me inside it. Tran asked why she hadn't gone to the police. Rachel looked down. Because the chair let me go. It meant I passed. Cult of silence. Back at the precinct, Brooks dug deeper into the name Rachel Pendry. Something about the phrase, "give quiet," nagged at him. He found it in an obscure online archive for declassified FBI religious investigations. In 1980, federal agents had infiltrated a spiritual group in upstate New York. Its name, the Order of Stillness. Members practiced silence as a divine sacrament. They believed speaking separated the soul from truth, and that enlightenment came through absolute quiet. The report noted, multiple followers claimed to have heard voices after weeks of silence. Several had sealed themselves inside walls of abandoned buildings, voluntarily. One had carved "give quiet" into his chest before dying of exposure in a cellar. The cult disbanded after the leader, Father Eli Archer, disappeared, presumed dead. But rumors persisted for decades about whispers through drywall and a presence that rewards obedience with invisibility. Building history. Tran and Brooks returned to 6B with new eyes. They inspected the wall behind Tessa's radiator again. This time, Brooks noticed something different. The wall had been replastered multiple times, layers over layers. They broke through it carefully. Behind the plaster, buried within the brick, a wooden plaque, barely larger than a book cover. On it, a carved circle, a triangle inside, and beneath it, Initiate 6B. Brooks looked at Tran. This wasn't a coincidence. The apartment number isn't random. It's a designation. The man with no tongue. The break in the case came from an unexpected place. An ER nurse in Brooklyn called the tip line. A man had stumbled in, naked, dehydrated, disoriented. No ID, no injuries except one. His tongue had been surgically removed. The only thing he had was a slip of paper in his hand, clutched so tightly they had to cut it out. It read, "Return to 6B, I gave quiet." Interview through writing, doctors determined the man could write, and over the next 48 hours, he scribbled a fragmented account. Taken in 2006. Lived in a room with no sound, no names, no mirrors. The wall people listen. If you scream, they listen harder. Chair teaches you how to be still. When you're ready, you don't need a name. I passed. They let me out. He signed the paper with a symbol, a triangle inside a circle. The pattern deepens. Brooks built a spreadsheet. Cases, names, addresses. They had Lorraine Halpern, disappeared 1998, Apt 6B, Philadelphia. Tessa Moreno, disappeared 2019. Apt 6B, NYC Rachel Pendry, fled 2013. Apt 6B, NYC Jared Venz, tongue removed, 2006. Apt 6B, Detroit, Mia Castillo. Last seen entering Apt 6B, Denver, 2002. All cases were in cities with buildings at least 70 years old. All units designated 6B, and in every case, whispers, drawings of a chair. The phrase, "give quiet." Tran didn't want to believe it, but the map didn't lie. Something, or someone, was using apartment 6BS as conduits, recruitment chambers, and they weren't done. June 22, 2019, 2:13 a.m., East Village, NYC Detective Isaiah Brooks crouched inside the narrow crawl space behind 6B for the second time. This time, he wasn't alone. Behind him, Detective Tran held a portable floodlight and recorder. They had a warrant, cameras, body armor, and 2 officers waiting in the hallway above. What they didn't have was any idea what lay past the wooden door Brooks fell through days earlier. Tonight, they planned to open it, not fall through it. The door opens. Brooks pressed his hand against the center of the wooden door. This time it gave way, not with a creak or resistance. It swung inward on invisible hinges, revealing darkness so complete their flashlights seemed to dim. Beyond it, a corridor stretched for 30 feet. Walls of aged stone, damp air. No signs of wiring, pipes, or insulation. This was not part of the apartment. This was something older. The listening room. At the end of the corridor, they found it. A room no bigger than a walk-in closet. Walls covered in hand-drawn spirals and etchings of a figure with no face. At the center, a tall-backed wooden chair. Same as described in every case file. Stained, carved with symbols. Chains lay on the floor, rusted and long unused. Behind the chair, a slit in the wall. A horizontal hole wide as a face, like a confessional slot. On the wall above it, carved words. Give quiet, receive sight. Tran recorded everything. This was a chamber for indoctrination, she whispered, or punishment. Or both, Brooks replied. Hidden network. They expected the room to be a dead end, but on the opposite wall, behind a rotted bookshelf, they discovered a tunnel leading downward. It wasn't natural. Stonework, lined, reinforced, and beyond it, more interconnected hallways. They descended for over 20 minutes, until they reached a narrow passage that branched in 2 directions. Tran marked one path with chalk. They followed the left. The graffiti archive. The first chamber they entered had walls completely covered in writing. Not recent graffiti, layered messages dating back decades. I gave quiet. I was heard. They see with ears. The chair brings stillness. Stillness brings him. I failed. Don't whisper back. In the corner, a metal box nailed to the floor. Inside, dozens of old cassette tapes labeled only by apartment numbers and dates. 6B, 3C, 4A, spread across cities. Tran pocketed the tapes. She recognized one label, 6B, Philly, Lorraine Halpern, 1998. The presence. As they moved deeper, their radios stopped working. Tran's flashlight flickered. She heard something, barely perceptible. A hum. Then a whisper. You shouldn't hear this. She spun around. No one there. Brooks was ahead, unaware. They continued until they reached a fork. Here, the tunnel expanded into arched stonework like an old subway station. Tran checked her phone's GPS. They were under 9th Street, 5 blocks from the original apartment. This is a damn network, she said. A system. They're beneath the entire block. The shrine. At the end of the next hall, they found what they would later refer to as the shrine. A round room, candlelit, somehow still flickering, with 6 chairs forming a circle. In the center, a crude sculpture made of broken mirrors and speaker parts, shaped like a human figure with no mouth. On the floor beneath it, dozens of tongues preserved in jars, labeled with dates. Some were recent. One was marked. June 15th, 2019, T. Moreno Tran backed away. Brooks stared at the sculpture. "This isn't just silence," he said. "It's sacrifice. They don't want peace. They want devotion." The tunnel collapsed. As Tran lifted her radio to call out, the walls began to tremble. Dust rained from above. A low groan, like the building above them was shifting. Then the left wall collapsed inward, blocking the path they came from. They ran down the opposite hall, barely escaping falling debris. The tunnel behind them sealed in total darkness. "They're collapsing it," Tran shouted. "They know we're here. We have to go forward." The escape. After what felt like another mile, they emerged in a forgotten service tunnel near an old boiler room in a completely different building, an abandoned prep school on 2nd Avenue. When they pushed open the door, sunlight blinded them. They had been underground for nearly 5 hours. Tran collapsed on the pavement. Brooks made the call. The cover-up, the NYPD sealed the entrance. The city claimed the tunnel was part of an outdated utility system from the 1900s. "Nothing criminal," the official statement read. "No arrests, no mention of Tessa, no mention of the jars. But someone leaked photos. Reddit exploded. TikTok conspiracy theorists began using the hashtag #GiveQuiet. The cult in apartment 6B had gone viral, and someone out there wasn't happy about it. The tape that night. Tran played one of the tapes recovered from the archive. Labeled, Lorraine Halpern, 6B, 1998. It was static at first, then a girl's voice. I tried not to talk. They promised if I stayed quiet long enough, I'd become like them. And they'd let me live in the walls forever. I'm not scared anymore. I'm almost ready. Then silence, then a click, then one last whisper. One more, and we'll have enough. The 6Bs are almost full. July 4th, 2019, Chicago, Illinois. It had been 3 weeks since the collapse of the New York tunnels and the viral spread of the hashtag #GiveQuiet phenomenon. Thousands of amateur sleuths, Reddit investigators, and YouTube vloggers had jumped on the mystery. But in the real world, the leads dried up, until one surfaced. In Chicago, another girl went missing, from an apartment labeled 6B, Camille Wells, 26 years old. Bartender, artist. Recently moved into an affordable unit in a refurbished historic building in the city's uptown neighborhood. She posted frequently on Instagram. Artwork, latte selfies, her cat, Mozart. Her final post on July 2nd showed her in her new bedroom, smiling with a caption. Finally got rid of the noise in my life. Peace is underrated. New start. 6B Honge. Silence, please. Investigators wouldn't know how eerie that post was until they saw the DMs she sent hours later. Do you ever feel like walls remember things? I keep hearing my own voice, but I'm not speaking. They said they're almost ready. The discovery. 2 days after Camille's last post, her landlord entered the apartment to deliver her security deposit contract. Camille was gone. No signs of struggle, no signs of leaving. Her phone was still on the charger. Mozart the cat had starved to death. And on the bathroom mirror, you gave quiet. Written in reverse with something dark and sticky, possibly blood. Tran and Brooks fly out. When Tran and Brooks were alerted to the case, they knew immediately. Another 6B, another missing woman. Same pattern. They flew to Chicago within 12 hours, contacting local PD and asking to inspect the apartment firsthand. Detective Ruiz, skeptical but cooperative, gave them the go-ahead. You think this is connected to the tunnels in New York? He asked. Brooks nodded grimly. We think this is bigger than tunnels. Chicago's 6B Camille's apartment was nearly identical to Tessa's. Turn-of-the-century architecture, plaster walls, creaky floors. But here, the walls were thicker, and when Tran knocked on the bedroom wall, she heard it. A soft echo, like tapping a coffin. Brooks found a vent grill painted shut. He pried it open. Inside was a space just wide enough to crawl through. This time the walls were clean. No markings, just a chair, tucked into the corner, and taped beneath it, a Polaroid. The Polaroid. The photo was blurred but unmistakable. A woman, Camille, was sitting in the chair, hands in her lap, smiling faintly. Behind her, someone loomed, their face obscured by darkness, but their outline was terrifying. No eyes, no mouth, just skin. On the back of the photo, she passed. We keep her. Digging deeper back in New York, Tran contacted a tech archivist named Owen Teller, a conspiracy researcher who had compiled a database of every known 6B across the country. They met at a public park, Teller too paranoid to be seen near any structure with walls. He laid it out. There were 193 confirmed apartments labeled 6B in pre-1950s, buildings still standing. At least 49 of those had reported missing persons between 1970 and 2020. In every single case, the missing person had lived in 6B, and in over half of those, residents before them had filed noise complaints or complaints about whispers, echoes, or footsteps inside walls. It's not the same building, Teller said. It's the same blueprint. The apartment is just the seed. The ritual is the root. The ritual teller believed that each 6B acted as a node in a nationwide spiritual network, like a circuit or a cult's neural web. Each apartment housed the same process. The subject moves in. The subject begins to hear whispers. Whispers intensify, often mimicking the subject's voice. A chair is introduced or discovered. The subject passes or disappears. The whisperers don't abduct, Teller said. They invite. They groom you. They wear you down until you give yourself. Tran shook her head. You're saying it's spiritual? No, Teller said. I'm saying it's practiced. It's ritualistic silence, passed down, recreated over and over. A cult without a temple, just blueprints and patience. Reeves returns back in New York. Retired Detective Reeves called Tran. He had been following the case in silence, laying low. But now, he'd found something buried in the NYPD's cold case files, a Idzerkilent Zazhet Venetos case. A woman named Darla June disappeared from her Brooklyn apartment. Apartment number? 6B. Her landlord at the time? Arthur Kell, the same man who now owned Tessa's building. Arthur Kell, Tran, and Brooks returned to Kell's property under a pretense of a building inspection. They found him in the boiler room. When asked about Darla June, his expression didn't change. Some people disappear, he said simply. That doesn't mean they're gone. Sometimes they move where it's quieter. Then he turned to Tran and whispered, You ever sat still long enough to hear what your guilt sounds like? She stepped back. Brooks reached for his badge, but Kell had vanished. The envelope later that day, a plain envelope, was delivered to NYPD headquarters. Inside, a single photograph, black and white, old, faded. It showed a group of 6 men and women, all standing in front of a row of brownstones. In front of one building, a visible number. 6B1 of the men in the photo, a young Arthur Kell. On the back of the photo, handwritten in ink, the first 6. They gave quiet. Now they guide it. The surrender. The next day, Camille's Instagram account suddenly reactivated. A new story was posted. A grainy video, no audio. It showed a room bathed in candlelight. Camille sat in a chair, calm, still, surrounded by 4 other chairs, each occupied by blurred, motionless figures. At the end of the video, Camille raised her eyes to the camera and smiled. Caption below, The walls are wide. We are waiting. Then it vanished. Her account deleted. Again. July 7th, 2019, New York City. The black and white photo had become their new obsession. 6 people, unknown location, no date. The only clues, an address number, 6B, and a face Detective Tran had already seen. Arthur Kell, younger, stronger, smiling. Who were the others? Why were they called the first 6? Reeves, back in the fold unofficially, suggested starting with property records. If 6B wasn't just a unit, but a symbol, then its origin might be buried in the buildings themselves. They focused on the one thing they could trace: the face of a man who had been managing properties with 6B units for almost 50 years. Wartime connections. Kell's early records showed a bizarre trajectory. Born in 1929, served in Korea, infantry, discharged in 1952 with high commendation. Then, nothing. A complete gap in public records until 1959, when he purchased an abandoned tenement building in the Bronx. The first in a long string of cheap, crumbling properties, each of them housing an apartment 6B. He wasn't just a landlord, Reeves muttered, studying the paperwork. He was building something, or preserving it, Tran added. Brooks nodded, highlighting a note in a 1962 city file. Next to Arthur Kell, owner, were 2 curious words: silent ministry. The silent ministry teller, the conspiracy archivist, came through again. Silent ministry was the original name of what became the Order of Stillness. The cult disbanded in the 80s. The ministry was active in the late 1950s, recruiting war veterans, widows, and lost people through classified ads promising peace, spiritual healing, and the restoration of purpose through stillness. It was founded by a man named Eli Archer, a charismatic World War II chaplain who believed the modern world had deafened people's souls. His manifesto read, "In silence, we remember our shape. In stillness, we return to our function." The world was not made for noise. It was made for listening. The birth of the network. According to archived FBI interviews, Archer taught that every apartment labeled 6B was part of a consecrated circuit. Each was a chamber of convergence, a place where souls could enter stillness and return to God by shedding their sound. Kell had been one of Archer's first disciples, and in 1958, according to an internal letter later uncovered, Archer selected 6 individuals, including Kell, to money plant stillness across America by acquiring properties, building hidden chambers, and identifying initiates who yearned to disappear. They became known within the cult as the First 6. The disappearance of Archer Eli Archer vanished in 1970 under mysterious circumstances. Some believed he was murdered by former followers after rumors of abuse and coercion within the group. Others said he completed the final ritual, giving absolute quiet, which required more than silence. It required erasure. No records, no face, no voice. Total oblivion. But whispers said something darker, that Archer had become something more than a man, something that lived through the walls, and that the 6B network wasn't just built to remember him, it was built to sustain him. A visit to 6B, Detroit Tran and Brooks traveled to Detroit, where one of the oldest 6B disappearances had occurred in 2006. The building had long been condemned, but it still stood. Graffiti covered the walls, windows were broken, the air inside was damp and chemical. In the bedroom of the unit, carved deep into the plaster, I saw his mouth once. It was stitched shut, but I still heard him speak. Behind a wall panel, they found blueprints, not just of the building, but of others. Dozens, all with 6B units circled in red, and in the margin, handwritten, "The root network breathes through us. We are not landlords. We are lungs." A new disappearance. Just as they returned to New York, news broke. Another woman had gone missing. But this time, it wasn't a 6B, it was a 6C, a neighboring unit. The first time the pattern had shifted. Brooks stared at the report. "They're expanding," he said quietly. "Or adapting." Tran responded, "Or maybe they've filled the seats in 6B. A hidden film reel Reeves tracked down a retired cult member in a nursing home outside Albany, a woman named Margaret Blaine, age 87. She agreed to speak, barely. She had little to say, but much to show. From her closet, she retrieved an 8mm film reel labeled The Listening Ritual, 1961. It took 3 days to digitize it. When it played, all 3 detectives sat in silence. Black and white footage, a candlelit room. A man sits in a chair. Behind him, 5 others. Each speaks only once. Then they cut their tongues out, then sit still. For the remainder of the 12-minute reel, no one moves. But in the final seconds, a 6th person enters. Eli Archer. He doesn't speak, doesn't gesture. He simply places his hand on the back of the chair, and the screen cuts to white. A terrifying possibility. That night, Brooks couldn't sleep. He sat in his kitchen listening. His fridge hummed, pipes rattled, the usual creaks. Then, at 3:12 a.m., he heard it. A whisper, coming from behind the wall. Just 2 words. "Almost ready?" He pressed his ear to the drywall. This time the voice wasn't faint. It was right there, on the other side. "We are always listening." July 10th, 2019. New York City. They called her a fluke, an outlier, a girl who disappeared from a 6B unit in 2011, and then, against every pattern, resurfaced 4 months later. No one believed her story. Not the NYPD, not the doctors, not even her parents. She didn't fight it. She didn't cry. She just kept repeating one thing: "The chair let me go." Her name was Naomi Klein, 18, when she vanished. A freshman at Pratt Institute. Talented, withdrawn, soft-spoken. Naomi had moved into a sublet at 6B on Clinton Avenue, Brooklyn. Within 2 weeks, she stopped attending classes. When her RA checked in, Naomi said everything was fine, that she was just learning to listen again. The disappearance. On October 22, 2011, Naomi's roommate came home to find the front door ajar. The apartment was in perfect condition except for the bedroom. Her bed was made. Her sketchbook was open on the desk, but every page was completely blacked out. At the center of the final page, a single word: quiet. The return exactly 124 days later, February 23, 2012. Naomi reappeared in a subway station in Midtown. She was barefoot, dressed in the same clothes she wore when she vanished. Clean, calm, not starved, and completely silent. Doctors assumed catatonia, psych trauma, but her vitals were perfect. Brain scans clean, no evidence of damage or abuse. Then, 2 days later, she spoke a single sentence. "They let me go because I heard what they really are." Finding Naomi, she vanished again in 2016. This time, deliberately. No trace, no trail. But thanks to Teller's obsessive records and Reeves' detective instincts, they found her. Living off-grid in a cabin in Vermont. No phone, no bank account, no digital footprint. They approached carefully. She didn't run. She simply looked at Tran and said, "You found another 6 billion, didn't you?" The interview, Naomi sat in front of the wood stove, wrapped in a wool blanket. She hadn't stopped staring at the fire since they arrived. "They don't just want silence," she said finally. "They want stillness of thought, of memory. They feed on noise, on resistance. But what they really desire, what draws them, is when you break and accept the void. It's not a cult. It's a process, a transformation." Tran asked her what they really were. Naomi's voice was steady. They're echoes. That's the best word I have. Echoes that learn to live in walls, where thoughts fade and voices bounce. Archer found a way to speak to them, to make them listen. And now they want to become more than echoes. The inside Naomi described the time inside as existing in a different plane. There was no time, no hunger, no sleep. Only a room, a chair, a pressure that built in your skull if you tried to think or speak. If you resisted, the pressure became pain. If you accepted it, the pain left, and you could hear everything, every breath in the building, every footstep above, conversations in apartments 3 floors away, even thoughts, not words, but intentions. They were teaching me to become like them, to listen without ego, to witness without identity. I left before the final step. Tran asked why they let her go. Naomi didn't answer at first. Then, because I understood them, but I didn't want to stay. And they couldn't bear to force someone who already knew. The warning before Tran and Brooks left, Naomi gave them a notebook. Inside were dozens of hand-drawn diagrams, floor plans, tunnel maps, crude sketches of chairs and shrines. At the back, a final page with a warning. The network is almost full. When all 6 Bs are awakened, they'll connect. And when they connect, there will be no outside. Collapse in Denver. On July 12th, a tenement building in Denver collapsed overnight. 6 residents were killed. The official cause: structural failure due to age. Unreported in the press. One of the units had been 6B, unmentioned in the report. Beneath the rubble, firefighters found a small stone chamber, intact, with a single chair. Inside, sitting upright, a smiling corpse, hands folded, eyes open, no tongue. The coroner couldn't determine a cause of death, but inside the mouth was a note wedged between molars. He speaks through silence now, and the walls are his lungs. Naomi's final message. That night, Tran received a voicemail from a blocked number. She answered, but no one spoke. Then came a familiar voice. Naomi's. Soft, breathy. They're almost ready. 1 more, maybe 2. And when the last chair is filled, he will walk. Then static, then silence. July 13th, 2019, NYPD headquarters, Manhattan. The map on the wall was now covered in red string. Dozens of thumbtacks marked the confirmed 6B sites. Photographs of missing tenants, ritual shrines, and fragments of underground tunnels dotted the board like a slowly tightening noose. And at the center of it all, one name kept reappearing. Arthur Kell. The only remaining member of the first 6 still alive. And now, seemingly gone. The missing piece. Tran flipped through Naomi's notebook again. There were floor plans, cryptic sketches, and code-like sequences of numbers. Brooks pointed at a page marked with symbols, 6 triangles in a circle. What if these aren't just markers? He said. What if they're coordinates? They checked each against existing 6B cases. Only 5 matched known locations. But the 6th coordinate, a match to Troy, New York, a city with no documented 6B disappearances. Tran ran the address. 51 Grant Avenue, a 4-story building, privately owned. Unit 6B currently vacant, but only for the past 3 weeks. The Troy unit, they drove upstate that night. The building was quiet, pre-war, unassuming. They knocked on the door. No answer. They broke in. And what they found inside 6B stopped them cold. The apartment was set perfectly clean. Candles in every corner. A chair in the center of the room. No bed, no fridge, no furniture. Just one thing on the wall. A map of all known 6B units across the U.S. with 5 marked in black ink. 1 remained blank. This one. And beneath it, in cursive, the last chair is ready. Surveillance revealed. Hidden beneath the chair, Brooks discovered a miniature hard drive attached to a wireless camera system. They plugged it into Tran's laptop. It had only recorded for 2 weeks, but the footage was harrowing. July 2nd, a man in a dark coat places the chair. July 3rd to 10th, the room sits undisturbed. July 11th, at 2:14 a.m., a figure enters the room. Female, slender, familiar posture. Tran's heart stopped. It was her. She watched herself walk in, sit in the chair. Then the screen went black. "That's not possible," Brooks whispered. "You've never been here." But Tran was pale, because she remembered the dream, a hallway of whispers, a chair, silence that pulsed, and a voice that said, "We've waited for you." She thought it was just stress. Now she wasn't sure. They chose her. Reeves called an hour later, voice shaking. "Isaiah, I've gone back over everything. The files, the photos, the names. There's a pattern I missed. All the 6B disappearances, they align by date. Every 7 years exactly, one major city is chosen. New York was 2019. Chicago is next. But it's not random who disappears. They're chosen before they move in. By the chair." The pre-selection. They reviewed Naomi's notebook again. One page had dates, names, and sketches of 6 chairs, each slightly different. One matched the one in New York. Another matched the chair in Chicago. But the final chair, the one in Troy, was blank, as if waiting to be filled. Tran turned to Brooks. "What if I sat in it already? What if they're not waiting for me to enter 6B? They're waiting for me to return." A message in the static. That night, Tran's apartment radio clicked on by itself. Static, then a voice. Not hers, not Naomi's. It was Arthur Kell. "You found the last room. You think you're stopping something? But you're the final verse, Jennifer. The network doesn't close without your silence." Then laughter. Not Kell's, not human. Multiple voices, whispering over each other, all saying the same phrase. "Give quiet, give quiet, give quiet." The flashback memories. Tran had forgotten came rushing back. Age 9, a summer spent in a foster home in Pennsylvania. A strange closet she used to sit in, a chair inside, whispers at night. She'd drawn it in crayon once, a triangle inside a circle. Her foster records, long buried, listed that home's address. The apartment? 6B. The revelation: Tran had never moved into a 6B as an adult, but she'd been exposed as a child. She had already been chosen, and now she was at risk of completing a cycle she never knew had begun. "What happens when the last chair is filled?" Brooks asked. Tran didn't answer, because in her mind, she heard the echo again. "He will walk." July 15th, 2019, 4:44 a.m. Brooklyn, New York. Detective Tran awoke not to sound, but to its absence. Her apartment, usually humming with the ambient city noise of garbage trucks, sirens, and HVAC whirs, was dead silent. No street sounds, no neighbors above, no wind against the windows, just stillness. She stepped out of bed and heard her own voice whisper from inside the wall. "We are ready." The cities begin to hum across the country. Strange reports flooded in. In Atlanta, a woman in Unit 6B began speaking backwards in her sleep. In Minneapolis, 3 tenants filed noise complaints for constant whispers chanting coordinates. In San Francisco, a fire broke out in a 6B after all mirrors in the apartment shattered simultaneously, none from heat. Tran and Brooks tracked the timestamps. Each event occurred exactly 66 minutes apart. A pulse. A countdown. The pattern fully emerges. Reeves called from a safe house in Jersey. "I've matched them," he said breathlessly. "Every 6B-related incident from 1950 to now. They've all occurred along a spiral grid. geometrically perfect. A Fibonacci sequence rotated across the US map. The spiral centers at one address, the original 6B. The seed apartment, Archer's birthplace. Tran nearly dropped the phone. She knew it. She'd seen it weeks earlier in a sealed NYPD file, a condemned brownstone in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. The origin apartment. They drove through the night. Brooks, Tran, and Teller, who refused to stay behind. They reached the crumbling house by sunrise. Caution tape fluttered weakly around its porch. But the building stood tall, crooked, and waiting. Unit numbers long gone, but Naomi's sketches made it easy to identify which one had been 6B. A single window boarded up tight. The others open, as if the house was breathing. The room was still furnished. Inside 6B, a dusty chair, a cracked mirror, candles long melted down to crusted nubs, and on the wall, barely visible under flaking paint. When he walks, all noise ends. The ritual begins. Teller opened Naomi's notebook, flipping to the final marked page. The diagrams showed something odd. Each 6B wasn't just connected metaphorically. They were aligned acoustically. Resonant structures built to channel vibrational frequencies. When each chair was sat in, it triggered an echo, bouncing through the tunnel system. And when the last echo converged, it would create a still point, a moment where all noise in a radius would stop. A doorway, a birth canal for something not human. The still point. At 9:01 a.m., every sensor in Bethlehem registered a sound drop. No birds, no insects, no wind. Even cell signals flickered and died. And in 6B, the mirror cracked again, this time vertically. Tran approached it. From within, she saw a faint movement. Not a reflection, a form. Thin, looming, skin like old wax, no mouth, no eyes. It stepped forward, from behind the glass. The echo manifest. As it crossed into the room, time seemed to stagger. Teller collapsed. His eardrums burst. Brooks gasped for air, unable to move. Tran remained upright. The figure turned to her. It opened its arms, not physically, but like the room itself opened around her. The air thickened. The chair behind her pulled itself across the floor, aligning directly behind her. She heard every whisper she'd ever ignored flood her skull at once. Voices of the missing, of the cult, of the house itself. Sit. She felt herself move. Almost. Then Naomi's voice, sharp and distant. Break the silence. It can't survive noise. The counter-ritual Tran remembered something Naomi had said. They feed on silence. That's what makes them solid. She reached into her bag and pulled out a portable speaker. Maximum volume. She hit play. A recording she made weeks earlier of the 6B tunnels. Rumbling, moaning, distorted static. She threw it at the mirror. It shattered completely. The figure screamed, a soundless implosion, and burst into dust, vanishing in the space between heartbeats. Collapsed Tita, the building groaned. Not from damage, from waking up. Cracks split the walls. A wind rushed inward, not outward. They ran. The brownstone folded inward on itself, like a body curling into the fetal position. And then, silence again. But this time, permanent, what was left. Brooks, wounded but alive, watched from across the street. Teller didn't survive. Tran stood alone, holding the only thing left intact from inside 6B, the chair. A new choice back in New York, she sat in her precinct, alone in the interrogation room, reviewing every missing person connected to 6B. A message pinged her laptop, an encrypted video file. It autoplayed. A woman, blurry, eyes wide, sat in a room that looked eerily like her own. She whispered, "The network reset. One chair was destroyed, but one remains. You held it. Now you are it. Your body will be the new 6B. July 16th, 2019, Manhattan, New York. Jennifer Tran hadn't slept in 36 hours. Not because she couldn't, because she dared not. Every time she closed her eyes, the dreams came. But they weren't dreams in the traditional sense. They were rooms, hallways, wooden floors, wax-dripped candles, narrow tunnels that led nowhere and everywhere, and always, always, a single chair waiting in the center. She would wake up gasping, her ears ringing, and always her reflection would be watching her, but not mirroring her, just watching. The physical changes. Brooks noticed it first. At the precinct, Tran's voice occasionally echoed, but not in the normal way. Even when she whispered, the echo came first, before the sound left her mouth. "Your voice is backward," Brooks said, staring. She laughed it off, but when she returned home, her voice recorder confirmed it. When she played back her thoughts, the audio glitched and layered over itself, like the recorder had captured two versions of her. The doctors can't explain it. She checked herself in for an MRI at Mount Sinai. Her vitals, normal. Brain activity, elevated but not alarming. But the machine malfunctioned twice. Technicians described distorted resonance inside the scanner, almost as if the machine had picked up a second set of vocal vibrations. One tech fled the room after swearing he heard someone whisper, "She is the room now. Naomi calls." Naomi Klein's voice came through again, this time not in a dream or voicemail. She called Tran directly using an encrypted VoIP number. "You've become the vessel," Naomi said. "The chair didn't just choose you, it made you. You're the final echo. They can't rebuild 6B in a place anymore, so they've done it in you." Tran sat motionless. "So what happens now?" "Now," Naomi replied, "you stop pretending you're alone." The apartment begins to manifest. In the days that followed, things worsened. Her apartment's layout began to shift. Corners stretched longer. Hallways she never had seemed to appear at night, only to vanish by dawn. A door appeared on her bathroom wall, painted over, sealed, but clearly not decorative. One night she opened her fridge and found a cassette tape inside, labeled Jennifer First Attempt. She didn't own a tape player, but somehow her mouth began humming the distorted static from it without ever having played it. The whisper events spike across the US. Give Quiet began trending again, suddenly, aggressively. Hundreds of users posted videos of mysterious echoing voices in walls, dreams of rooms they'd never visited, and collective hallucinations involving a woman in a chair. Always the same woman. Always the same caption. She lives in 6B. But 6B is her now. Tran's photo appeared in forums, blurred screenshots of her walking down the street, captured whispers in subways after she passed by. The network hadn't just reset, it had evolved. It had gone mobile. Teller's backup files. Before his death, Owen Teller left behind a hard drive labeled failsafe. Tran opened it. Inside were transcripts and schematics, a theory. If the host becomes the 6B node, Teller had written, destruction of the physical unit will not be sufficient. You must destroy the root echo within them. This can only occur during the collapse cycle, a 44-hour window where the host's body attempts to reject the ritual. Symptoms include echo bleeding, pre-auditory distortion, reality lag. Tran checked her watch. She was 30 hours in. The collapse begins at 3:44 a.m. She awoke in her bed, floating, not physically, but perceptually. She could see herself from across the room. The walls bent around her. The ceiling melted into blackness, and the whispers weren't from outside anymore. They were inside her skull. You were always hollow. We only filled what was already echo. You are the chair. The ritual knife buried in Teller's files was one final instruction, a sketch of an ancient blade, serrated, jagged, covered in symbols. The caption read, "The mouth knife, used by the first 6 to sever the soul from the echo. The only weapon that can kill an inhabited 6B." Tran remembered seeing it. In Bethlehem, on the floor beside the first chair. She hadn't picked it up, but she knew where it would reappear. Back to Bethlehem, Tran returned to the ruins. Alone. The chair was gone, but in the ash, untouched, was the blade. As she lifted it, a wave of pressure dropped her to her knees. The ground throbbed. The wind screamed in silence, and in the remains of the mirror, her reflection blinked. The choice to sever the echo was to destroy everything connected to it. The network, the whispers, the rituals, but it could also sever herself, her memories, her identity, even her life. Brooks arrived, breathless. "You don't have to do this. There has to be another way," she shook her head. "I'm already furniture. It's time I stopped letting them sit in me." July 17th, 2019, 6:06 a.m., Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. It was quiet, not silence, the soft kind that settles after a snowfall or in a rural dawn. This was a void, an absence so complete it made the air feel heavy, thick. Detective Jennifer Tran stood alone in the remains of the original 6B apartment, the mouth knife in her hand, the echo in her chest. She had 14 hours left in the collapse cycle, and if she didn't use the knife before it closed, "I won't be Jennifer anymore," she whispered aloud. "I'll be the apartment." The final manifestation. At 6:16 a.m., it began. The dust in the room lifted, walls warped, a pulse echoed. Not sound, but a pressure, like a heartbeat wrapped in concrete. And in the center of the room, a figure began to coalesce. Skin pale, eyes missing, limbs too long. It was her reflection, the version of her that had appeared in mirrors, surveillance, dreams, the inhabited self, the echo host. It smiled, not with lips, but with intention. "We waited inside you. You carried us perfectly. Let us finish." Brooks's final plea. Brooks called. Tran answered mid-whisper. "Please don't do this," he begged. "We can pull this out."
Hello everyone. I know you watched this video to accompany you to sleep. So if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to tell me where you are from and what time you watched this video. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. In 1995, a string of disappearances haunted a small-town high school in rural Ohio, but no one ever made a connection. Students were labeled runaways. Teachers moved on, until one janitor's death in 2022 revealed a hidden basement, a locker full of keepsakes, and a list of names, all students who never came home. As investigators reopened cold cases with chilling similarities, the question became unavoidable. How did a killer roam school hallways for decades, hiding bodies when no one thought to look? November 4th, 2022, Shelbyville, Ohio. Thompson High School. When the janitor didn't show up to unlock the school gates on Friday morning, no one panicked. Walt Driscoll had worked at Thompson High for 37 years. He had a reputation for being quiet, punctual, and strange, but also dependable. If he didn't show, there was a reason. It was the students who noticed first. They stood outside the school side door, usually propped open by Walt's tool cart by 6:45 a.m. But that morning, there was nothing but frost on the handle and a silence that seemed unnatural. Principal Kara Milford, annoyed at the delay, used her own keys to unlock the front entrance. As she walked through the dark hallway toward Walt's office, she noticed something odd. The air smelled musty, like something had been left to rot. The final discovery. Walt Driscoll was found in his office chair, slumped backward, a half-empty thermos of coffee on the desk. At first, it looked like a heart attack. Natural, peaceful. But then came the second discovery, the one that would rip open the town's buried past. An officer with the Shelbyville Police Department, sent to assist with the investigation, spotted a ring of scorched floor tile behind Walt's desk, almost like something had been burned and then extinguished. When they pried up the tile, they found something far worse than smoke damage. They found a key, small, rusted, and wrapped in electrical tape. The key was tagged with a red plastic label. One word written in shaky handwriting. Locker. Who was Walter Driscoll? To understand the weight of what was found, you have to understand who Walt was. Born in 1954, Walter Driscoll was a lifelong Shelbyville resident. Never married. No known children. Lived in the same house on Elm Street since 1982. He started working at Thompson High in 1985 and quickly became a fixture of invisibility. Always there, always quiet, always watching. Students described him as weird but harmless. Teachers said he was efficient, if a little too private. He took vacation once every few years and never spoke about his life beyond the school walls. He was the kind of guy you didn't notice, said longtime English teacher Maria Wolf. But he always noticed you. The locker no one used. After the coroner removed Walt's body, Principal Milford gave officers access to Walt's maintenance keys. But when they compared the key found beneath the tile with the rest of his set, they found no match. It was older, thinner, like something from a different era. Detective Raymond Kloss with the Shelbyville PD was the first to make the connection. He remembered a hallway in the lower west wing, originally part of the school's old vocational wing, that had a row of rusted lockers long since sealed off during renovations in the early 2000s. The school called it Dead Hall. Most students didn't even know it existed. The door that shouldn't have opened. On November 5th, Kloss and two officers descended into the basement level with bolt cutters, the strange key, and a maintenance flashlight. The hallway smelled of mildew and time. Paint curled off the cinder block walls. Old science posters hung like funeral drapes. Halfway down the hall was a locker with a padlock that had been fused shut by age. The key clicked, and the door swung open. What they found inside wasn't a mop or books. It was a shoebox covered in dust and sealed with yellow packing tape. On the lid, written in red marker, property of THS. Inside were photographs, dozens of teenagers, some smiling, some crying, some asleep, and all taken at unusual angles, through windows from rooftops, and in one case, through a locker vent. The missing list. Within the box was also a crumpled, folded paper with a crude hand-drawn grid of the school's layout. On the back was a list of names. 17 in total. The names were familiar. Too familiar. Because between 1992 and 2001, Thompson High School had exactly 17 students reported missing. Every case was closed as a presumed runaway or family abduction. None were solved. The youngest was 14. The oldest, 18. The final name on the list? Melissa Farron, 2001. The last student to vanish without a trace. The map to the forgotten room. Detectives spent the next 72 hours searching the school grounds. They scanned blueprints, looked for architectural oddities, and interviewed retired staff. Then a retired shop teacher named Harold Bixby, now 84, came forward. He remembered something odd. Back in the day, there was a sub-basement below the old boiler room. It was used for storage before the flood of '89. We sealed it off, thought no one had keys anymore. But someone did. Walt Driscoll, beneath the school. On November 9, 2022, investigators unearthed a trapdoor beneath the boiler room. Beneath a layer of glued-down linoleum, it led to a staircase. And below it, a room no one had entered in over 30 years. The smell hit first. Decay, earth, something else. When the flashlight beam landed on the far wall, they froze. There, arranged in rows like some macabre collection, were 17 high school IDs, each pinned to the wall beneath a yearbook photo. And beneath those, bones, some buried in piles, some partially preserved in homemade wooden crates. Most disturbingly, they found personal items, bracelets, report cards, a band leather jacket, a folded prom dress, and under a stack of yearbooks, a journal, Walt's journal. The notebook was worn and covered in grime. Inside, it wasn't a confession, but a catalog. Dates of disappearance, locker numbers, hair color, weight, attitude. Walt had ranked them like school supplies. Some entries contained drawings, students sitting in class, viewed from the corner of a room. Some of the pages were splattered with something that looked like blood, but there were no apologies, no remorse, just numbers and names. The last entry, #17, quiet girl, no one will come looking. The first forensic reports. By December 1st, 2022, the first identifications were made through dental records. Melissa Farron, 17, last seen in 2001. Bradley Connor, 15, vanished 1997. Eileen Torres, 16, last seen 1993. All presumed runaways. All buried beneath the school they once walked through every day. Small town shockwaves. Shelbyville was a town of 11,000. Everyone knew someone who knew someone. Families who had long moved on, or thought they had closure, were suddenly thrust back into mourning. A memorial wall went up outside Thompson High, and the media descended. CNN, NBC, and True Crime Daily called it the janitor's crypt. One chilling detail emerged above all. Every student who vanished had detention the day they disappeared. And the one person always in the room for after-school detention? Walter Driscoll. The town of Shelbyville finds itself facing a question no one wants to ask. How did a killer hide 17 bodies in a school for nearly 3 decades? And what clues did he leave behind that might point to an accomplice? Someone who may still be out there, because buried in the locker behind that trapdoor, beneath Walt's final journal entry, was one more list, 3 more names, all dated 2022, and none of them had been reported missing yet. March 11th, 1992, Shelbyville, Ohio, Thompson High School. At exactly 3:42 p.m., Amanda Delaney, a 15-year-old sophomore with perfect attendance and a spotless disciplinary record, walked into room B 107 for her first detention. By 4:15 p.m., she was gone. No one saw her leave. No one saw where she went. And no one ever saw her again. The girl everyone forgot. Amanda Delaney's name wasn't famous, not even in her own town. Her case had never made national headlines, wasn't featured on missing persons billboards, and never inspired candlelight vigils beyond the one night her church youth group gathered with flickering wax and confused tears. Why? Because Amanda wasn't the kind of girl who was expected to disappear. She wasn't troubled. She wasn't rebellious. She was a model student, which, in a town like Shelbyville, often worked against you. Because if you disappeared, people assumed you chose to. The pressure, the expectations, the boredom. That was a theory in 1992. The wrong theory. A detention that shouldn't have happened. The reason Amanda ended up in detention was already suspect. According to school records, she was given a 30-minute detention for excessive tardiness. But Amanda had never been late to class. Not once. When her parents pressed the administration about it, Vice Principal Mark Shearer claimed there had been a clerical mix-up. We believe it was a scheduling error. She shouldn't have been there, he had told them. But it was harmless. A minor oversight. That oversight placed Amanda in a nearly empty school after hours, with only one adult on duty. The janitor, Walter Driscoll. The original investigation. In the days that followed Amanda's disappearance, Shelbyville PD launched what they called at the time a limited area sweep. They searched her locker, her bedroom, the train station. They did not search Thompson High School, and they certainly didn't search beneath it. Her disappearance was quickly labeled a voluntary runaway after a classmate claimed Amanda had mentioned wanting to get out of this town. That classmate later admitted she made it up after a teacher pressured her to ease the school's image. The Delaney's fight. Amanda's parents, Ron and Trudy Delaney, refused to accept the narrative. Ron posted flyers in surrounding counties. Trudy quit her job to organize weekly search parties. They canvassed bus stops, libraries, truck stops, anywhere a girl might have fled to with no money and no plan. But the town grew tired. People stopped calling back. Police suggested therapy. And by the time the school year ended, Amanda's name was a whisper. Walt's role re-examined. After the 2022 discovery, investigators reopened Amanda's case, starting with the only staff member on campus during her disappearance, Walter Driscoll. A 38-year-old custodian at the time, Walt had worked for only 6 years at the school. His alibi? I was in the East Wing fixing a busted heater. Never saw the girl. That statement was taken at face value, despite the heater being reported fixed the day before. But what no one asked in 1992 was, why was Amanda given detention to begin with? The paper trail that wasn't. In 2022, Detective Raymond Kloss began hunting for the original detention slip. He didn't find one, but he did find a handwritten list inside a decades-old admin ledger in storage. In it, Walt's name appeared frequently, not just as a janitor, but as someone who initialed disciplinary slips. Back then, Thompson High allowed non-teaching staff to support administrative duties in light of budget cuts, which meant Walt could file, alter, or even create detention records. And for Amanda Delaney, there was no signature beside the note, just a pair of initials. WD, revisiting the day. Kloss pulled school security reports from the 1990s, back when schools still used VHS tapes to record hallways. The tapes had been long destroyed, but one maintenance log, handwritten and preserved by a now-deceased school secretary, noted, March 11, 92B, 107 light bulb replaced after reported outage during detention. WD completed. 4:30 p.m., which meant Walt had been in the same room Amanda was last seen in at the exact time she vanished. Yet he told police he was across the school. He never corrected the record. A pattern begins. As investigators cross-referenced the names in Walt's journal and the box recovered from the secret locker, they found something bone-chilling. 7 of the 17 victims had similarly suspicious detentions. All appear to be for minor or non-existent infractions. All occurred during periods when Walt was the only staff member known to be in the building. And in every case, the student had either been orphaned from a single-parent home, experiencing emotional or academic struggles. Amanda Delaney checked all 3 boxes. Her mother had battled depression. Her father worked late shifts. And Amanda had just failed her midterm in algebra. Inside Amanda's locker, for years, her locker sat untouched. It was reassigned every few years to new students who never knew its history. After the basement discovery, police decided to reopen and fully inspect it. Taped beneath the top shelf, invisible unless you crane your head just right, was a note, likely slipped in and hidden during her final school day. Written in purple pen, it read, "He watches us leave. I think he has keys to everything. Yesterday, I dropped my notebook in the hallway. By the time I turned around, it was gone. Found it later. Pages missing. I think someone's reading about us." A voice from the past. The Delaney's, now in their 70s, were contacted with the news. Their daughter's bones have been found, confirmed by dental records and a hair sample preserved in her old brush. Her cause of death was never officially determined, but one bone showed fracture trauma. Another bore knife markings. Ron Delaney wept on local news. Trudy, fragile and frail, simply said, "They told us she ran away, but we knew better. Now the world knows too." Amanda Delaney was the first, but as the journal reveals, she was only the beginning. In the next chapter, we will follow the case of Bradley Connor, a teenage boy who disappeared in 1997, the only male on Walt Driscoll's list, and the only student who fought back. October 8, 1997, Shelbyville, Ohio, Thompson High School, at 4:07 p.m. Sophomore Bradley Connor slipped through the side door of the school and disappeared into the October twilight. He never made it home. His mother thought he had basketball practice. His coach thought he'd skipped. The truth? He was already buried beneath the school. The outlier on the list. Bradley was the only male name among the 17 victims recovered in 2022. At first, investigators thought it was a mistake. Perhaps a name falsely attributed or included for reasons unrelated to Walt Driscoll's crimes. But the bones didn't lie. In the second crate unearthed beneath the boiler room, they found the remains of a tall male teenager, confirmed through dental records to be Bradley James Connor, age 16. The find shocked the task force. He didn't fit the typical profile. Not female, not emotionally vulnerable, not isolated. But as they dug deeper into Bradley's life, one thing became terrifyingly clear. He hadn't been a victim by accident. He'd become a victim because he had seen something. The student journalist. Bradley was a curious kid. Smart, outspoken, a little too bold for his own good. He wrote for the school newspaper, the Timberline Times, and had recently started a series called Secrets of the School. It was supposed to be funny. He'd write about ghost stories, old blueprints, forgotten storage closets, and faculty rumors. But the deeper he went, the more serious his column became. In the weeks before his disappearance, Bradley started asking real questions. Why were certain basement areas off limits? Why were some old maintenance reports missing pages? Why did students disappear from detention rosters? The confrontation. A retired teacher named Miss Rhonda Abernathy, who taught journalism, remembered an uncomfortable moment a week before Bradley vanished. He came into class late, kind of shaken, said he saw something weird near the boiler room. She remembered him saying, "I think someone's been going down there. At night, I saw a light and then someone turned it off." He asked her if janitors were allowed access to the sub-basement. Rhonda laughed it off, said, "There's no sub-basement." Bradley didn't smile. The note in the camera. When Bradley disappeared, the school initially claimed he ran away due to academic stress. A failing grade in geometry was used to paint a picture of a troubled boy buckling under pressure. But a week after he vanished, his disposable camera was found in a bush behind the gym. The camera had water damage, but the film inside was salvageable. It contained 6 photos. 5 were typical school day shots. The 6th, a photo of a stairwell, concrete, rusted railing, a sign reading, "Storage access restricted." It was taken in the sub-basement, the same one rediscovered in 2022. On the back of the photo, written in faint pencil, "He goes down there at night. I saw him again. It's always when he thinks no one's watching." The locker incident. 3 days before Bradley disappeared, he told a friend named Jeremy Collins that someone had broken into his locker. "My notes are gone," Bradley had said. Not all of them, just the ones about Walt. Jeremy dismissed it as paranoia. But when interviewed again in 2022, Jeremy confessed something he'd never told police. Brad was scared that week. I mean really scared. said he thought someone had been in his house. A match in the journal. Walt Driscoll's handwritten journal included a chilling entry dated October 1st, 1997, 1 week before Bradley vanished. Boy is poking around. Loud. Smart. Too smart. Not like the others. Curious, but stupid. Need to get the camera. Need to make it look like a choice. Underneath that entry was a single phrase. Locker 226. Final. That was Bradley's locker number. The final afternoon. On the day of his disappearance. Bradley had reportedly told his mother he would be late because of an interview for his column. She said he was excited. He told her, "If what I find out today is real, I might break the biggest story in the school's history." Detectives now believe Bradley confronted Walt that afternoon, possibly in the boiler room. Whether he threatened to go to the police or simply got too close to something hidden, one fact is certain. Bradley never left that school alive. What the bones revealed. Forensic pathologists determined that Bradley's remains showed signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. There was also evidence that he'd been restrained, possibly tied to a chair or pipe. Among the items found near his remains, a cracked pair of wireframe glasses, the charred corner of a student newspaper draft, a ballpoint pen engraved with property of THS Journalism Club. One page, half burned, was recovered. It read, "Some janitors clean, some bury. The cover-up. Why wasn't his case treated as a potential homicide in 1997? Investigators now suspect that school administrators either covered it up or turned a blind eye. Vice Principal Mark Shearer, the same one who mishandled Amanda Delaney's detention years earlier, signed Bradley's attendance out as left campus voluntarily. That timestamp? 4:12 p.m., exactly 5 minutes after Bradley was last seen alive. Police now believe Shearer was complicit, or at minimum, negligent. He died in 2008. The missing list grows. Of the 3 additional names found on Walt's 2022 new list, one matched the current student at the time of his death, Kayla Benson, a 15-year-old sophomore. She was reportedly seen speaking with Walt a week before his passing about volunteering for a school cleanup program. She told investigators she had no memory of signing up, but felt pressured. She's now under protection and being monitored for any potential grooming patterns Walt may have started. The other 2 names remain unidentified, but police now believe Walt wasn't working alone, because in the back of his journal, written in different handwriting, was a note. "Can't let it end with 17. We continue. You know what to do." Initials below, MS. Bradley Connor wasn't like the others. He didn't get tricked into detention. He didn't get led into the dark. He walked into it, flashlight in hand, trying to expose the truth. And for that he died. But his camera, his photos, and his words, preserved through time, would help unravel the darkness hiding in plain sight. Next, we turn to the girl who was supposed to be the final victim, but escaped. Melissa Farron. April 3rd, 2001, Shelbyville, Ohio. Thompson High School. Melissa Farron never saw herself as a survivor. In fact, for years, she wasn't even sure what she had survived. She only knew that something happened during her sophomore year, something that changed her forever. She lost time. She lost sleep. She lost friends. And no one believed her until 2022, when the bones were uncovered, when her name was found on Walt Driscoll's final list, and when investigators discovered a stained shirt buried in a rusted metal box beneath the school, with her initials stitched into the collar. A different kind of disappearance. Melissa wasn't listed as a runaway. She didn't officially go missing. There was no Amber Alert, no flyers, no search teams, because technically she came back. On April 4th, 2001, she showed up at school after missing 1 day. She had a black eye. She walked with a limp. Her blouse was ripped at the seam. She said nothing. When teachers asked, she shrugged it off. "I tripped over my dog." When the school nurse asked if anyone had hurt her, she said, "No one you know." The day before, Melissa was a straight-A student, active in band and on the yearbook team. Not the kind of kid you'd expect to end up in a killer's journal. But the day before she vanished, she'd been assigned detention for disruptive behavior. She told her best friend Jenny Markham that she corrected a teacher who made a math error and was punished for being mouthy. Melissa thought it was bizarre, but she wasn't worried. "I'll be in and out," she told Jenny. She walked into room B, 107 at 3:30 p.m. According to school records, no staff members signed her out. She reappeared the next morning at 7:12 a.m., sitting alone on the gym bleachers, staring at the floor. She never spoke about what happened. Until now, the interview, 2022, when investigators located Melissa after the basement discovery. She was living in Columbus, working as a freelance editor under a different name. She was hesitant to speak at first. She asked if Walt was really dead. When confirmed, she whispered, "Then maybe I can finally stop locking my windows." Melissa agreed to a closed-door interview. What she revealed stunned the entire task force. Her story: Melissa recalled being alone in the detention room for nearly 20 minutes before Walt appeared. He wasn't supposed to be there, but he came in, turned off the hallway lights, and locked the door from the inside. He didn't say anything. He just stared. She said he approached her slowly, pulling out a chair and sitting across from her. He asked if I liked riddles. She nodded. He asked, "What has many doors but hides only one?" She said she didn't know. He smiled. Then he whispered, "The basement. The trapdoor." Melissa claimed Walt told her he needed help with something just for a minute. She followed him out of the room, down the back hall, past the boiler room. She remembered the smell first, then the trapdoor. He told her, "I lost my keys. They fell down there." Melissa hesitated. Then he shoved her. She tumbled down wooden steps, scraping her hands and slamming her hip. The room was pitch dark. When the light came on, she saw drawings on the wall, photos, old textbooks, and a chair with restraints. She screamed. To escape, Walt descended slowly, humming. He reached into a tool bag, pulled out a cloth and what looked like a bottle. Melissa scrambled, her legs numb from the fall, but she grabbed something heavy, a rusted wrench, and swung wildly. She didn't know if she hit him. She just heard a grunt. Then she crawled past him, up the steps. The door was closed, locked, but in her panic, she slammed her shoulder into it, again and again, until it cracked. She ran barefoot through the boiler room, blood trailing from her elbow. She never stopped running until she reached the football field. No one saw her, and she told no one. Why she stayed silent. Melissa admitted she'd blocked much of it out. She never told her parents. Her father was dying of cancer at the time. Her mother was fragile. And who would have believed me? I didn't even believe myself. She transferred schools the following semester, moved away for college, changed her name, started over, but she kept the wrench. Still rusted, still bent. She called it insurance. Recovered evidence. Investigators returned to the trapdoor Melissa described. Beneath it, in a compartment beneath the main room, they found a rusted wrench, a blood-stained cloth, a Polaroid with Melissa's face, partially obscured, eyes wide. The timestamp on the photo matched the date of her detention. She had not imagined it. And the blood on the cloth? It matched Melissa's DNA. The journal entry. Walt's journal from 2001 held a single page about her. #17. Scream like the others. But faster. Nearly got me. Lost a tooth. She won't talk. She's too scared. I can see it in her face. He was right. Melissa didn't talk for 21 years. But now she was ready. Melissa Farron survived because she fought back, because she refused to be one more name in a box beneath the floor, and because somewhere deep inside her, something said, "Run now or die underground." But Walt had other victims after Melissa, names not found on his official list, names added later. Which brings us to Chapter 5, the girl with the missing yearbook photo, a forgotten student whose disappearance was blamed on a clerical error until her bones were found. June 2004, Shelbyville, Ohio. Thompson High School yearbook room. When the final draft of the 2004 Thompson High School yearbook was approved, it contained a glaring omission that almost no one noticed. A senior named Kaylee Dorsey was listed in the student index, but her photo was missing. A blank gray box sat beside her name. The caption read, "Photo not available." No one questioned it. Not the editors, not the teachers, not the parents. Because by then, Kaylee was already gone. The invisible senior. Kaylee Dorsey wasn't a social butterfly. She kept to herself. Worked 2 part-time jobs. Lived with her aunt after her parents died in a car crash in 2000. She didn't attend prom. Didn't show up for senior night. Didn't even collect her cap and gown. When the school secretary called her house to ask about her absence, her aunt reportedly said, "Kaylee moved out. She's 18. Not my responsibility anymore." That was the end of it. Or so they thought. The paperwork black hole. When the Cold Case Task Force revisited all 17 names on Walt Driscoll's list, Kaylee stood out. Because until then, no one even realized she was missing. There had never been a report filed. No missing persons bulletin. No police search. Just a line in the school attendance log that read, "Graduation status incomplete." But her name was there in Walt's final notebook. Entry number 15. Quiet. Follows patterns. Eats lunch alone in room B, 103. Nobody picks her up. She won't be missed. The yearbook committee speaks. In 2022, investigators tracked down Maya Tran, then the yearbook editor, who had worked with Kaylee briefly on a layout project. Maya remembered something odd. She showed up for one photo session, but Walt said there was a scheduling issue and she'd have to come back later. That second session never happened, and when the committee inquired, Walt allegedly said, "She's already withdrawn, probably moved." Nobody pushed further. After all, it was Walt, the janitor who'd been there longer than anyone. He always seemed to know what was going on. The locker key. During the sub-basement excavation, police recovered a sealed envelope with a pink sticker marked KD. Inside was a locker key, a faded bus pass, and a small Polaroid of Kaylee, smiling, eyes distant, seated at a cafeteria table. There was writing on the back of the photo, "She'll be last, then quiet forever." Kaylee was number 15. Melissa Farron was number 17, which raised a disturbing possibility. Who was number 16? And where was their body? Finding the body. Beneath a loose panel in the northwest corner of the hidden sub-basement, cadaver dogs alerted to a shallow grave, covered with crushed brick and plastic sheeting. Inside, they found a female skeleton in near pristine condition due to the dry containment. Dental records confirmed the identity. Kaylee Dorsey, age 18. Estimated time of death, June 2nd, 2004, the last day of classes at Thompson High. She never graduated. She never left town. She had been buried 20 feet below the floor. She walked every day. Why no one looked? Investigators were stunned that no one, not a teacher, not a classmate, not even her guardian, had raised a red flag when she vanished. But the truth was worse than neglect. Records showed that Walt had submitted official withdrawal paperwork with forged signatures. He claimed Kaylee had moved to attend trade school in Cincinnati. The phone number listed belonged to a disconnected line. The address was a condemned building. Yet the withdrawal was accepted because Walt had been doing this for years. The pattern of erasure. Detectives now believe Walt had perfected a system of manipulation and concealment. Isolate a vulnerable student, emotionally, socially, or logistically. Assign false disciplinary actions to position them alone in the building. Fabricate withdrawal paperwork, or convince guardians they'd left voluntarily. Erase them from yearbooks, graduation rolls, and attendance records. In Kaylee's case, he went further. He deleted her school photo from the internal server, and when someone printed a proof sheet by mistake, he shredded it. The janitor had become the editor of memory. The aunt speaks. Kaylee's aunt, Charlene Dorsey, was re-interviewed in 2022. She admitted she hadn't seen Kaylee for a few days before graduation. She had assumed Kaylee left for a job out of state. She said she didn't press the issue because we didn't really get along. I thought she wanted out. When shown the photo of Kaylee's remains, she broke down. I didn't know. I just didn't know. Walt's obsession. Inside Walt's personal storage locker at a nearby facility, authorities found scrapbooks. One was labeled, "The Ones Who Faded." Kaylee's photo appeared multiple times, always candid, always from afar. One eating alone in the library, another walking in the rain. In the margins beside her photos, he wrote, "Doesn't know she matters." Perfect. It was a final straw for investigators. This wasn't just murder. It was the psychological slow roasting of forgotten children. Walt didn't pick his victims randomly. He picked the ones the world forgot and made sure they stayed forgotten. Kaylee Dorsey vanished without a sound. No alert, no search party, no headlines. Only a blank square in a yearbook where her face should have been. But now, nearly 2 decades later, the silence has been broken, and with her case reopened, investigators are closing in on something else. The name between Kaylee and Melissa on Walt's list, #16, was intentionally scratched out. Why? Because Walt didn't kill her. He couldn't, because she left town before he could finish the job. We meet the near-miss victim who vanished on her own terms and returned with a vengeance. The one that got away twice. Name redacted on the list. That's what detectives found on entry number 16 in Walt Driscoll's journal. Not a name, not a date, just a thin black line, intentionally scribbled over as if to erase history itself. But forensics showed the ink was layered over faint pencil markings. With the help of digital enhancement, they reconstructed the name, Elena Packard, 2002. But here's the twist. Elena wasn't dead. She was alive. And she had a story she'd never told anyone, until now. The quiet transfer. Elena Packard had been a junior at Thompson High during the 2001 to 2002 school year. By all accounts, she was shy, bookish, and kept mostly to herself. She was raised by her grandfather, a retired postal worker, after her parents died in a house fire when she was 9. Her grades were excellent. Her behavior was spotless. Then, in February 2002, she withdrew from school unexpectedly. The official reason? Family relocation to Utah. But Elena never moved to Utah. In fact, she never even told the school where she went. Because something had happened. Something she couldn't explain. Something terrifying. The flashback. When detectives located Elena in 2022, now 37, living in Asheville, North Carolina, under her married name, she was hesitant to talk. It had been 20 years. But when shown the recovered page from Walt's journal, her face went pale. She whispered, "He called me his butterfly. I've never told anyone what happened in that hallway." The encounter. It was late January 2002. Elena had agreed to stay after school to help organize library books as part of a volunteer credit. She stayed late. Too late. Around 5:15 p.m., the librarian had already left, and the front doors were locked. As Elena gathered her backpack, she heard footsteps echoing down the main hallway. When she turned the corner, Walt was standing there, not with his cart, not with any tools, just standing, smiling. The conversation. Walt asked if she needed help getting out. She nodded. He said, "I have a key to a shortcut door. Not many people know about it." She followed him, hesitantly, down a narrow passage between the gym and the auditorium. They reached a maintenance closet. He opened the door. Inside, it was pitch black. He said, "Just step in. I'll hit the light." She paused. He nudged her shoulder. That's when she felt it. His hand wasn't on her shoulder. It was on her wrist, holding tight. The panic. Elena yanked free and bolted. She ran barefoot after her shoes slipped off. She didn't look back. She didn't stop until she reached the science wing, where a night school instructor, Mr. Ben Lartin, found her curled under a bench, shaking. She told him she had gotten lost. She said nothing about Walt, because she didn't know how to say it. Not then. The transfer. Elena told her grandfather everything that night. He believed her instantly. He had always distrusted Walt, saying he gave him funeral parlor vibes. By the end of the week, her grandfather had submitted an emergency withdrawal and filed for a transfer to an online school. They moved within the month. No explanation. No forwarding address. Just gone. Walt's journal entry. Entry number 16 in the journal was brief, but chilling. Tried again. She ran. Fast. Slippery. Could have had her. Too noisy. Another time. But another time never came. And in his final journal, written just weeks before his death, Walt added a postscript to that same entry. She lives in shadows now. Maybe she'll come home. Butterflies always return to where they were pinned. The confrontation, 2022, when Elena heard Walt was dead and that he'd been behind the disappearances. She cried for over an hour. Then she got quiet. Then she asked if she could see the room where it happened. With 2 detectives, she returned to Thompson High. They walked the back hallway, past the auditorium, to the maintenance closet. It had been turned into a storage room. But when they opened it, she froze. Because inside, still taped to the inner wall, was a photograph, faded, curled, and water-damaged. It was of a butterfly pinned in a shadow box, and scribbled beneath it, in Walt's handwriting, "Missed one, the implications." Elena's story changed everything. It confirmed that Walt had failed, at least once. It meant his murders weren't just about compulsion or power. They were about control, about precision. He hadn't expected anyone to get away, but when they did, it haunted him. And according to the forensics team, Walt had kept a separate file titled Unfinished Wings, dedicated to 2 names. Elena Packard, Kayla Benson, the student he had approached weeks before his death. Kayla never even knew she was being groomed. But Elena, she had known for 20 years. Walt Driscoll kept meticulous records of everyone he targeted, except the ones who slipped through his fingers. And those were the ones that kept him up at night. The butterflies. The girls he almost caught, but couldn't cage. But now that investigators have reassembled a full timeline, one more anomaly remains. One entry with no name, just a symbol. A ghost victim. A blank spot in the ledger. And according to Elena, there may be a reason for that. Because before she left town, she saw one more person in that hallway. Not a student. Not Walt. Someone else. And that person may still be alive. The accomplice. We uncovered a secret Walt took to his grave, and the man who may have helped him hide it. The question was never just how Walt Driscoll got away with murder. It was how he did it alone for nearly 3 decades. The school never noticed. The parents never suspected. The police never dug deep enough. But as the investigation closed in, a chilling possibility emerged from the shadows. Maybe Walt wasn't alone. Maybe someone was helping him. Someone inside. Someone with keys. Someone with authority. Elena's memory. In her 2022 interview, Elena Packard described one final, haunting detail from a night she fled the maintenance hallway in 2002. As she darted down the corridor and glanced back, just once, she saw 2 things. Walt reaching toward her, and another man standing behind him in the shadows, watching. She didn't recognize the second man. At least, not then. He didn't say anything, didn't move. He just stood there, hands in his pockets. Almost like he wanted her to run. When Elena was shown archived photos of staff from the 2000 to 2003 school years, she pointed to one man, without hesitation. That's him. That's the man I saw. His name? Craig Delmont. Assistant vice principal. The vice principal no one remembered. Delmont wasn't a name that had ever come up in the original investigation. He worked at Thompson High from 1998 to 2004 before transferring to a private academy in Indiana. He kept a low profile, never married, no social media, but his name appeared 3 times in Walt Driscoll's recovered journals. Entry from 1999. CD says B, 107 will be open after hours again. Said it's better if it's unsupervised. Fine by me. Entry from 2001. Told CD about Eepy slipping past me. He said, don't worry, next time. And in 2003, asked if he still wanted in. Said, only when it's clean. He's worse than me. The implications were staggering. The locker discovery. Investigators returned to the hidden sub-basement after Elena's statement and began probing an unsealed crawlspace near the northeast corner. There, they found an old metal filing drawer, wrapped in 2 layers of tarpaulin. Inside were VHS tapes labeled with dates ranging from 1995 to 2003, dozens of printed photographs, most candid, most covert, a wooden box marked CD. Final, the box contained a faculty badge for Craig Delmont, an empty syringe, a burned matchbook from a motel 5 miles outside town, and a single yellowed post-it note that read, "One watched, one took, the other buried." Handwriting matched Walt's journal. The tapes. The VHS tapes were degraded, but salvageable. Forensic video experts digitized and restored them. They weren't security footage. They were recordings from inside the sub-basement, mostly static, dark shapes, brief audio. But one tape, dated April 3rd, 2001, captured part of Melissa Farron's escape. At 4:17 p.m., you can see a girl, Melissa, stumbling, screaming, Walt reaching for her, and a second figure entering frame briefly. The man doesn't intervene. He simply stands in the hallway for 5 seconds, then turns and disappears. Investigators identified the jacket the man was wearing, a tan windbreaker with a THS logo, identical to one worn by Craig Delmont in the 2001 yearbook. Where is he now? When detectives tracked Delmont to a remote cabin property outside Fort Wayne, Indiana, they found it abandoned. Inside, dusty boxes of old school records, newspaper clippings of local disappearances from other counties, and a trapdoor in the floor of the bedroom, leading to a storm cellar. Inside that cellar, a cot, chains, and an old desk with initials carved into the surface, WD plus CD, but no sign of Delmont. He was gone. The missing years. Between 2004 and 2007, no employment records for Delmont exist, but his credit history shows purchases of surveillance equipment, multiple out-of-state motel stays, rental payments for an off-the-grid storage unit in Arkansas. Inside that unit, police later found more photographs of unknown teens, school maps, not just Thompson High, but schools in Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois, and a chilling notebook labeled Recruits. Did Walt train a successor? Inside the notebook were 10 names. Some were missing, some crossed out, some had dates. One was familiar, Kayla Benson, 2022. The others, still being investigated, but all were tied to schools, and all of them had notes that echoed Walt's own style. Likes the dark, works after hours, asks no questions, no family nearby, easy influence, quiet, caretaker type. It was clear Walt wasn't just killing. He was grooming, not just victims, but partners. What this means, the task force now believes, Walt Driscoll may have started alone in the late 80s, but by the mid-90s, he had an accomplice, likely Craig Delmont. Together, they perfected a system of selective targeting, record tampering, and institutional silence. And after Walt's death, someone else may have picked up the keys. The story of Walt Driscoll was never just about one man. It was about a system that let it happen, about adults who looked the other way, about accomplices who knew just how much to do, and how much to let Walt do himself. And if Craig Delmont is still alive, he may be the last piece of the puzzle, because in the very last page of Walt's final journal, a date was circled, September 14th, 2022, the day before he died. Next to it, just 3 words, he's coming home. The return, we followed the manhunt for Craig Delmont, and the chilling clue he left behind in a high school 3 counties over. September 14th, 2022, Midridge County, Ohio, Oak Valley High School. The security guard thought it was a mistake. The lights in the maintenance corridor were flickering again. The janitor's closet was unlocked, and someone had left a mop leaning against the girls' locker room door. But when he checked the logs, there was no janitor on shift that night. The only person in the building after 7 p.m. was the assistant facilities manager, a man recently hired, with no references, under the name Charles Denton. That name didn't raise flags. But the face? When it was captured on a grainy security camera, a retired officer watching the footage later would say, "That's him. That's Craig Delmont." A new trail. After discovering Walt Driscoll's journal entry referencing he's coming home, investigators began combing through nearby school districts for unusual staff hires, maintenance logs, and withdrawn applicants. One school stood out, Oak Valley High, located 63 miles east of Shelbyville. The school had recently hired a new part-time maintenance assistant in August 2022 under a false name, Charles Denton, with no social security verification and no professional references. He lasted 27 days on the job, until the night before Walt Driscoll's death. Then he vanished, the janitor's closet, after the security incident. Oak Valley officials reported a series of disturbing discoveries in the weeks that followed. The master key set had gone missing for 48 hours. A school nurse's file drawer had been rifled through, with student medical records disturbed. A female student reported a strange man watching her in the library, claiming he looked like he belonged, but walked like he was hunting. The final red flag? A teacher found a folded piece of cloth, a girl's uniform blouse, stuffed into a vent above the auditorium. Pinned to it was a sticky note. It read, just like before, "The motel surveillance. FBI agents, now involved in the case, scoured regional motels. One clerk remembered a man fitting Delmont's description, older, thin, balding, with a long scar near his chin, who checked in for 5 nights under the name Mr. Keller." Security footage from a Maple Pines motel on Route 49 showed Delmont entering and exiting room 204 multiple times between September 9th to 14th. When authorities searched the room, they found empty takeout containers, a burner phone with only one number dialed, a landline tied to a defunct custodial training facility in Shelbyville, a Polaroid photo of Kayla Benson, taken just days before. He had been watching her and planning something. The message to Walt on the night of September 14th. Someone delivered an envelope to the nursing home where Walt Driscoll lived in his final days. The nurse on duty recalled. A man in a gray hoodie slipped it to the night drop slot. Inside the envelope, a photo of Thompson High School's old janitor closet. Its door open, a single key hanging on a hook, and beneath the photo, typed in courier font, "You started the music. I'll finish the dance." Hours later, Walt was dead. Official cause, natural causes, stroke, but his body was found gripping something tightly in his fist, a torn piece of denim. Authorities believed Delmont was in the building that night. The surveillance pattern. FBI cyber analysts discovered that before disappearing, Delmont had created multiple aliases using the same base identity. C. Denon, C. Delmo, Dent Craig. Accessed online floor plans for over 30 schools across Ohio and Indiana. Log into school staff portals using breached accounts to download student rosters and class schedules. He wasn't just stalking. He was preparing for what no one knew. The lost girl. 2 weeks after the Oak Valley incident, a sophomore named Rachel Kemp went missing. She had been last seen on school grounds at 5:15 p.m., helping clean up after drama rehearsals. Her disappearance bore eerily familiar traits. No forced entry. No sign of a struggle. Her phone left behind in her locker. Authorities feared the worst. But on the morning of October 2nd, Rachel was found alive, curled up inside a church 2 counties away, disoriented, cold, but physically unharmed. When asked who took her, she simply said, "The man with the janitor keys." The composite sketch. With Rachel's description and motel footage, the FBI released a composite sketch of Craig Delmont to the public for the first time. Tips flooded in. Most were dead ends, but one call stood out. A custodian at a community college in Columbus claimed a man matching Delmont's description had applied for a night shift job using the name Charles Derry. He said the man knew way too much about the layout. He wasn't hired. He disappeared again. The legacy of silence. What's most disturbing is how long Delmont and Walt operated without detection. They created a pattern of targeting schools with weak administrative oversight, identifying vulnerable students, socially isolated, with minimal support, exploiting detention rosters and facility access to isolate victims. Walt used silence and shadows. Delmont used systems. Together, They were architects of an invisible machine. Now, with Walt dead and Delmont on the run, that machine is dismantled, but not forgotten. Craig Delmont has not been found, but the trail he left proves he was more than just an accomplice. He was a planner, a continuer, maybe even the reason Walt kept going so long. Because every predator needs someone who opens a door. The blueprint. We examined the master plan left behind in Delmont's documents. Proof that this wasn't random, but part of a systematic design to erase the forgotten. And at the center of it, a file labeled only. The next school. October 2022, Shelby County Evidence Facility. Inside an unassuming file box marked Utility Maps. Tucked away in a dusty evidence room, investigators discovered a hidden folder. The initials matched. Craig Delmont. Walt Driscoll. The contents? Not ramblings. Not diary entries. But plans. Blueprints. Schedules. Rosters. It was a chilling revelation. These weren't two sick men killing on impulse. They were building an operational model, refined over years on how to identify, isolate, and eliminate vulnerable students without raising suspicion. And their next target had already been chosen. The contents of the folder. The folder contained 74 pages of documents, organized into 5 sections. Target school profiles, staff infiltration procedures, victim selection criteria, containment site design, post-operation exit routes. Each section was disturbingly detailed, typed, not handwritten, formatted like a manual, likely printed from a private device. It read like something between a corporate training document and a military field guide. Section 1. Target school profiles. A list of 12 schools was included. All shared common features. Older buildings with basement or sub-basement access. Limited or non-functioning security systems. High staff turnover. No full-time security personnel. Remote or rural locations. At the top of the list. Mill Creek Regional High School, Indiana. Population, 987 students. Janitorial staff, 3. Night shift, 1 solo. One disturbing note was highlighted. MC has music program with post-rehearsal student access past 6 p.m. minimal adult oversight. No cameras in auditorium wing. This school had not been informed of the threat until this document surfaced. Section 2. Staff infiltration procedures. This section outlined how Delmont and Driscoll had infiltrated schools under false identities, creating falsified resumes using expired or unverifiable credentials, using aliases with subtle consistency, e.g. C. Denton C. Derry W. Daniels, offering to volunteer first, then securing paid work, targeting custodial or part-time maintenance roles where background checks were superficial. Most chilling was this line: never stay more than 60 days unless embedded. Rotate every 2 to 3 districts. Revisit past only if clean. It was clear they had a system, and they were using it on a circuit. Section 3. Victim selection criteria. Perhaps the most disturbing portion of the file. Victims were classified into 4 tiers, with notes that revealed a callous, clinical approach. Tier 1. Students with no active guardianship or who were known runaways. Tier 2. Students with behavioral records that could justify disappearances. Tier 3. Shadow students, those academically invisible, often skipped over in teacher evaluations. Tier 4. Special assignments, students who noticed too much or came close to revealing operations. Each profile came with suggested strategies. Assigned attention, delay pickup, redirect to maintenance hallway after hours, utilize broken locker excuse. Under one student's mock profile, the comment read, already isolated, invisible to peers. No one will notice until final bell. Section 4. Containment site design. Here, the folder included hand-drawn blueprints for hidden rooms, compartments, and fail-safe chambers. These blueprints resembled the very architecture found in Thompson High's sub-basement. One plan, marked MC04, was clearly meant for Mill Creek High. It showed a hidden trapdoor beneath a mop closet, a supply cabinet with false rear panel access, a concealed crawl space with a cot, camera, and steel restraints, one sticky note attached read, soundproof, 2-day capacity, only use if untraceable. It was a death room disguised as janitorial storage. Section 5, post-operation exit routes. These pages listed exit strategies by region, with pre-planned motel addresses, aliases, vehicle types, and burner phones. Each escape plan was labeled by school code. One was labeled MC Run 02, depart westbound on RT-89, switch vehicle at Miller Station, burner Delta number 5. Each plan included expected escape time 12 to 18 hours, route interference contingencies, dead drop mail options with instructions for dumping evidence. They'd accounted for everything. Until Melissa escaped. Until Elena survived. Until Rachel Kemp made it out. The note to the future. At the very back of the folder was a single loose page. No formatting. Handwritten. Likely by Delmont. There will always be more. The world makes more every year. Quiet ones. Lost ones. Forgotten ones. The key isn't the place. It's the pattern. You don't need a basement to bury someone. You just need time and silence. What it meant. This wasn't just about Walt and Craig anymore. It was about the idea they had created. A model designed to be replicated. A portable system of erasure, adaptable to any school, any town. It's unclear how many others may have had access to these plans. But one thing is certain. They were preparing to start again. Somewhere new. Somewhere quiet. The response. Once the folder's contents were made public to law enforcement agencies, the FBI launched Project Bellkeeper, a multi-state task force to identify past students matching the victim profile, unknown disappearances near schools Delmont had visited, custodial hires matching his aliases. As of this chapter, 3 more bodies have been recovered near abandoned school sites. 6 school districts have been flagged for security reevaluation. 2 former janitorial applicants are under federal watch. The discovery of the blueprint proves Walt and Craig weren't just predators. They were planners. Their crimes weren't erratic. They were engineered. And the most horrifying part, some of their targets still walk the halls today, unaware, vulnerable, and possibly already chosen. The investigation closes in on one last clue left behind in a time capsule buried beneath Thompson High. The secret Walt saved for last. A message for the next generation. November 2022, Thompson High School grounds. Time capsule ceremony. 50th anniversary celebration. It was supposed to be a happy occasion. A chance for the school and community to come together, to reflect, to celebrate, to remember. But when the backhoe lifted the rusted steel container from beneath the school's flagpole, the same ground where thousands of students had stood over decades, no one expected what they'd find. Inside the capsule, among the letters and trinkets from the class of 1972, there was something that didn't belong. A black velvet box, labeled only for the ones who see. Inside it, a janitor's key, a photograph, and a cassette tape. The key wasn't for any existing door in the school. The photo showed 5 students, smiling, arms around each other. But the tape would change everything. The tape begins. The audio was warped, muffled with age, but unmistakably the voice of Walt Driscoll. If you're hearing this, then you've already failed. Or maybe you've succeeded. Maybe you've seen enough. This school is made of memory, and memory is fragile, just like the ones we kept. But you won't find them all. Some are dust now. Others are waiting. We weren't monsters. We were custodians. We took the forgotten and gave them silence. And if you ever wonder why we stopped, we didn't. You just stopped watching. The 5 students in the photo, were quickly identified by alumni records, for were accounted for. One was not Haley Monahan, class of 2001, last known address listed as out of state, but her records showed something odd. She was marked graduated, but had no diploma copy, no post-grad transcripts, and no yearbook entry. Just like Kaylee Dorsey, she was added to the active missing persons list, But that wasn't all. Behind the photo, investigators found a handwritten message. She was the first. We buried her under the bell. No one heard her scream. Under the bell, with the principal's permission, forensic teams returned to the school grounds. Beneath the old bell stand, installed in 1985 as a memorial to the school's first graduating class, they found a false concrete slab. Below it, a sealed chamber 4 feet deep. Inside were a deteriorated school satchel, a bracelet engraved with the initials HM, and a partial skeleton wrapped in a moldy cheerleading jacket. Dental records confirmed. Haley Monahan, age 17. Time of death, May 2001. A full year before Elena Packard fled. She hadn't run away. She hadn't graduated. She had been the first. Why she was hidden? In Walt's journals, Haley's name never appeared. She was a ghost file, not listed among the 17, not crossed out, not even hinted at. But on the inside of the cassette tape case was a scribbled note. Before I had the plan, before Craig joined, before we got efficient, she was the first bell, the sound that started it all. Investigators now believe Haley's death was accidental, or at least unplanned, and that it triggered everything Walt would become. A ritual, a system, an obsession, the final message. The cassette ended with Walt speaking more clearly than ever before. You think you're closing this. You're not. This doesn't end in a basement or under a bell. It ends when you stop forgetting them, when you stop making it easy. Because there are still keys out there, still doors, still watchers. Not everyone wears a uniform. Some wear smiles. And they've already chosen the next ones. You'll hear it, one day. That sound, the final bell, then silence. One last key. The key inside the velvet box was analyzed. It didn't match any door in Thompson High, but a retired contractor recognized a model. It was part of a discontinued batch used in only one other location, St. Emmerich's Private School for Girls. Closed in 1998. It was an abandoned site, boarded up, forgotten. Investigators have since requested a warrant to search the building because they believe Walt or someone used it before, and possibly buried more. Closure for the families. Since the discovery of the time capsule, Haley Monahan's family has finally been given closure. A memorial for all 17 confirmed victims was erected at Thompson High. Former students are being re-interviewed about any late-night encounters with Walt or Delmont, and the Department of Education has rolled out the Watchlight Protocol, a federally supported safety audit to monitor at-risk schools for similar patterns. The janitor's closet at Thompson High has been sealed permanently. The hallway where the sub-basement entrance once stood has been renamed the Hall of Voices. The legacy. This was never just a story about a killer in the walls. It was a story about the price of invisibility, about what happens when systems fail the quietest among us. Walt Driscoll didn't kill 17 students alone. He did it with the help of a society that didn't listen. And Craig Delmont, still out there, still watching, maybe, still waiting for another school to forget. In the quiet moments between class bells, when the halls are empty and the lights flicker, remember this. Sometimes the most dangerous people have the keys, and sometimes the door that leads to the darkest place was never locked at all.